Hello everyone, welcome in. We continue with rigging today. I did not get to touch this file at all since last time, so I do still have some art meshing to do for the expression bits. This is a random bit of tears here that I'm art meshing, but that's where we're at. Let me unmute music and start the music. And check that volume. That looks like it should be okay. And then I'm not going to have it on screen today, but I do have Microscape running. I finally started working on some combat today, fighting some mice. But I can show it if anybody ever actually wants to know about it. Okay, so it wanted to do something like this in the auto meshing concept. Okay. I feel like I'm going to need to not do that. Hello, welcome in. How are you doing today, Ruchi? If I'm saying that correctly. I think we're going to make this more of a square shape, I think, just to make sure it is getting the whole thing. I don't think I need another thing there. There we go. I'll make sure I get the... Actually, I can see with that weird edge thing going on over there. Just do like that. Because there's like a weird thing coming down this. Only that's how it worked. Only it could be just done so simply. That's not how that's gonna work. Let's get toggles drawing turned on. Okay, that's a little mess guy over there. You see. So I think that's an edge line thing. We're gonna do this part first, and we're probably gonna copy paste it into the others. Woo! I got the level 3 strength. I'm gonna show microscape for a second. Because we're gonna swap. Where am I? I'm in here. That's me. We're gonna swap. Oh, I got it always on top thing stuck on. There we go. Defense. I'm gonna get all these to 3, and then I'm gonna go after the chickens. Maybe I'll go to 4. Because I started trying to fight a chicken when I was at level 2s. I was like, ah, it's yellow. But they were hitting me. The mice don't seem to be hitting me back. But the chickens were hitting me back. And I'm like, I don't have a lot of food. And they were hitting me kind of hard. So we're gonna maybe go to level 4s and get the chicken to be green. I don't know. We're at least gonna get to 3s. And then we'll go after the chicken and see how that goes. Back up top. Boop, boop. That back over there, and then turn microscape off for you guys. Because it doesn't need to be taking up screen space. Alright, if I auto mesh this, looks terrible. Absolute dog water. Wow, that is not a phrase that I normally say. That is something someone else I've watched will say about things like this. And my brain just did that. Yeah, This does seem to be pretty symmetrical. It's not completely symmetrical because it's got a little bit of a smudge vibe over there happening, but... Okay, and then I want to go like there. I feel like I think allergies have been getting to me to some degree. With all the rain lately, I think all the plants have gone, hey! Things. Which also there's supposed to be even more rain today. So that's gonna be fun. And it's been like raining a bit this morning already. And then it sounds like my evening is going to be cuddling a dog who's going to be afraid of the thunder. So that's gonna be great. I am tired. I don't know if that's coming through in my voice, but trust, I'm tired. Where'd my little character go? There we go. I think that's just too many points. Well, I think that should be fine. Okay. I want to copy that shape. The majority of these other things are the same shape, but just like smaller amounts of it. This one I'll leave as the whole shape. This line should be pretty much in the exact same spot as the original. Yeah. Oh, it'll also stay. This one here is a highlight that's within it. Yeah. This one I can delete the top of. No, not like that. Delete like this. Ding. Ding. Okay. Can pull that down though. So about 4 hours, need a nap bad. 3 hours nap. Yeah, you're just doing the dual cycle sleeping thing, you know? That's kind of how I feel like I need though. Like, I technically went to bed kind of early for me, but I couldn't get to sleep for a while. And then at some point, you know when you're like half awake, half asleep? And you're not quite sure just yet which one you are at that exact moment. You're too aware of your dream, but you don't quite realize just yet it's a dream. I was like in that kind of state where like I don't remember anything at this point of what was going on in my dream, but whatever it was like completely aware of like everything, and it felt a little too real to the point that I was like, what is going on? And then my dog started barking in the real world. Just for no reason, middle of the night, just barking, which really startled me in the middle of this like weirdly dreamlike thing. And it was like, okay, everything is a dream, but there's also a dog now. What is going on? And it just like did not improve from there. And then she kept barking for like the next hour. And I was like, could you stop? Nothing's wrong with you. Your sleep was so light that it felt more like waiting than sleeping. Yeah, that's kind of somewhat. I know that vibe. That's what happens a lot with my sleep lately as well. I'm eating my breakfast cereal bar. Okay, look at the sparkle and all this stuff. All right, this might make my computer angry, but I want to make sure I'm also lurking Chunk. Because Chunk is also currently live. They're working on a new model art, and they're making a very pretty eyeball. You're mine. But I want to make sure that I'm lurking the chunk. However, having another stream thing open might make my computer extra anky. But we'll find out. Okay, I think I'd started on the tier bar. Yeah, I was on these two for the tier bar. Okay. So let's get those meshed. I'm about to lose my mind. And inside your mind, back from the dive, back in time. Back in time. Yeah, I want these to go around this more. I need additional gear. I think you're gonna need an additional point for that to be able to curve more. Same with over here. Okay, we got just a lot of curving. I think I do another thing here. There we go. Remember the last time this did not want to actually throw things at me immediately, so I'm just testing. Okay, things are connected. Take a lunch break nap. I need to make sure I won't be impaired while driving back home. Understandable. Ah! Wrong direction. Yeah, depending on if I wake up more or less throughout stream, might end a little early, like I did yesterday, to nap again. Although yesterday it was because potential motion sickness from the game. I'm really leaning towards that because like the camera did a weird snappy thing and that kind of just like triggered a fallout of how I was feeling. And I was like, combined with maybe some allergies going on because like my throat is feeling a little funky. But yeah, I think whenever I go back to playing Ova Magica, I will probably work on reducing the sensitivity of the left-right stick swing, so that way it doesn't do that as easily. Because I think there's a sensitivity setting for that. And I don't remember if there was like a VSync setting that was or was not turned on, but if that exists, I'd probably also mess with that too. Because there might be some like screen tearing happening that I need VSync on for. That might also... I'm not sure if that was Ova Magica that had VSync or Solar Panel. Solar Panel? Solar Punk that had that feature that I think I ignored at first. Okay, and then did I get the tears on the chin? Not yet. Okay, but let me get this sparkle because all these sparkles are exactly the same shape. They're just different sizes. So I can just grab that guy, take it down here. Alt Shift. Ding 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 ding. Oh, that looks about right. Bing. This is the base of the teardrops. Let's start with that part. I auto you like this. That's not bad. I think we'll keep that. Not feeling this right this second. Your veins, whoa, gonna wait. Bedroom night, broken night, let you go alone. Oh my love, you're in the bloodline. We got each other, we got tomorrow, then we send the time. Feel the chains, when you start, God, you are. Brother, you don't have to sing bloodline. Let me think. Start. In the car. Celestial, welcome in. Thank you for the work lurk. How can let you walk alone? Oh, my brother, you don't have to follow in your bloodline. Oh, we got each other. You got each other, then you still got time to break the chains of life's you thought. Anyway, that is who you are, my brother. You don't have to worry about your bloodline. If you forget, I feel you get. My brother, you don't have to worry about bloodline. We love each other. We love tomorrow. We've got time. You are my brother. You don't have to worry in your bloodline. I feel like I need to start doing like vocal warm-ups before stream if I'm going to be singing along with songs. Okay, let's go to there and see how that looks. Let's close it. Oh, we're a little too low because that corner bit here should not be. Select for movement. No, hold on. Select all those child objects and select for movement. It needs to go above this one. Let's stay under that one. So, Gambit! Like I can tell you everything. Secrets that keep me in chains and that makes me courageous. Oh, Gwenny, stop. Okay, yeah, so now it's in the right location to not get cut. Ah! Thank you for the follow. Give me 1 second though. I'm gonna take care, doggy. Yeah, one of my doggies is still in her crate, and I'm trying to work on getting her out because I think she's getting grumpy. So I'm trying to swap my doggos around. When I am home alone, we don't let them out at the same time, because there was a problem a while back when we still had 3 doggies, but since the old man has passed, they still haven't been quite getting along. But when the old man was being an old man, they were getting defensive of him to the other. He would try to play a little bit, even though he was not doing well. So he would yip in pain, and then they would freak out. And they haven't been on the best of terms since. Yeah. It's not the best of times of trying to take care of the doggies at this point, because they haven't really been super getting along. Because both of them are super sweet dogs on their own. But they got kind of on bad terms because the old man was in pain for a while, because Soren was a husky, and he started having hip problems. And so like for the last year-ish of his life, he slowly was getting more pain, more difficult to get on and off the couch, things like that. Eventually stopped even getting on the couch and just mostly stayed on the floor. And when they were out together, though, sometimes someone would bump into him or something, and he would make a pain yip, and they would freak out over it because they were like, "Who dare hurts him?" and blame the other one, even if it might have just been himself just walking. And so it caused a couple issues, and so we just had to keep them separated. And this has continued to be a thing. I can tell that was supposed to be a sad. But yeah, I'm still trying to get the doggo swapped, because I was trying to get the one dog to either go potty first or go to his room. But yeah, I'll be right back. Alright. The other thing is today we're supposed to get lightning, thunderstorms, such in my area. And that's no bueno for Gambit, the dog that I just put away. And so I'm gonna let Gwenny have some time out today in the first place, which obviously I need to let her have time out. Now is the time for that. Otherwise, she might not get much time out, because later it's going to be very stormy. Along, baby, don't be wrong. Morning, so the rain. Barrel, baby, not great. Why? Oh, I bet that's still above the iris, actually. My blood at 3, you're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. Take my whiskey. Right. Select all the child objects. Select all the child objects. Select them for movement. Now let's go to iris. Sweet for me. Go to iris. Move here. There we go. Now it's inside of that folder, and now it's hidden. Because that's a bunch of sparkly stuff that goes on the iris, and I don't need that here. Oh. Yeah, it's been raining so far, but in theory there's going to be thunder potentially in my area later in the day. And he is not good with loud sounds, so that's always a great time. He has a thunder shirt. I need to buy him a new thunder shirt, because he's chewed his current thunder shirt to some degree. It still holds together, but it's coming close to not working anymore. Alright, sorry. Was getting Doggo more water, because she gets... She do all of the drinking when she comes out of her room. And it's weird, because, like, she'll have plenty of water around most of the time, and yet she still acts like she's never had water before in her life. I think this needs a little more of a curve to it. Go. Stop hiding that. Breath right out of me. Oh, where my heart should be. That sparkle will go away later. Something we will do either animations on. Why are you that crunched right there? What happened there? Hello? Why are you crunching so hard just on closing? That should not be a thing. Yeah, that's not got any things on it, so why did you get so crunchy? Yeah, you don't need to be crunchy. Shift C, Control Shift V. And like that back up. I got what happened here? Sparkle? Sparkle? Oh, I really don't know what is happening there. It's like that's pretty smooth, but this just went wonky on us. Let's just hit a 1. Control Shift C. Control Shift V. And pull you back up to like where you should be. We'll adjust you slightly from there. Where my heart should be. If anything, let me just grab like the entire top half of this thing and redo it, because that really shouldn't need much change apart from it just moving straight up. Looks like otherwise maybe a little bit of a squish inwards. I think I had wanted it to like kind of down solo that a little bit. So yeah, even that's a little more than I would want it to have been. It looks like I was trying to get like a bit of a curve shape going on to it, but I can do that more closely on the piece itself later. Go to 2. Sparkle again. Just smooth you out a little bit. Like this. You're as live as you were at the start. Stop clicking out of it. It's not your heart but mine. With your heart on the line. We fucked it up this time. Didn't I, my dear? I'm sure this is fun for the YouTube side of things because they don't hear the music at all. So that looks a little better. I think I do want to strike that directly. This. Yeah, I want this deformer to kind of mostly keep the straightness of the vertical lines so that when we do things underneath of it, it's not getting too messed up, especially with the sparkle existing, right? I don't want that sparkle getting too bent out of shape by these things below it. It also might end up getting a rotation deformer above it at some point, or at least temporarily until we smush that rotation into a flat deformer below it to make sure that sparkle does not cause us issues. Speaking of that sparkle causing us issues, though, let's see, sparkle. How are we going to fix the fact that you're sticking out above the thing? Because arguably, I could just move that sparkle above this and this, then have that all the time. The only reason I don't have the teardrop going above this main lash, one, typically, if you close your eyeballs while crying, normally pushes the tear like down. It's not going to go above that, right? And also, too, with this eyelash here, it's not going to go well. Hello, welcome in, Hikaru. Ah, I know how to read that name normally. How are you doing? Unless you pronounce that slightly different. But Hikaru. How do you say that one? I've actually seen that name often enough to actually know that one. In media, not in chats. Yay! I went to say it wrong the first time, and I was like, wait a second. It goes okay. Getting these eyeballs rigged. That is the goal anyways. I like to do the toggle stuff as I go along to make sure that I don't mess it up. And right now we're at the point of we don't have I Smile while open. I'm getting everything set up for while it's closed because then I'm going to steal everything off the bottom. And otherwise I'm slowly eating a cereal bar. I'm just doing the general morning-ish thing, even though it's almost 11 a.m. Got coffee. Take a sip of that. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out what I might want to do about that sparkle. I might just make it so the sparkle turns off when the eye is closed. So that'll be a later me problem. Okay. So that's following now. And then this is the trail for crying. I don't, that just seems to be crying as a whole. Yeah, that's just crying. I don't know why it's crying trailing. It's just cry as a whole. This one is the trail. And it's eye motion. Okay, where's the tear falling? Tear falling needs to go into there because it's supposed to move with that. Because if the trail moves, it needs to move with it. But I need to change how that's moving there because that's definitely not what we want. We want it to be more so. I think actually the trail was high enough as it was. Okay. That'll become a problem later when I actually animate that again then. Because it's going to be that I need to change where. So this tear is going to originate up in here and then follow down this trail. Okay. Well, it does look like that should have been in there. Does tier falling have a thing on it? I don't know. Are you in the right spot? Because you just don't seem quite like you're located where you're supposed to be. You just don't seem... Okay, you are where you belong. Okay. Tier is just a little bit on the side. This is a mask guy, which I've got to figure out the best way to deal with that. Because yeah, I've not actually dealt with having a tier path like this shadowy thing before, but I will figure it out. I've seen a tutorial on rigging that involves that. This one is not going to be affected by eye open, but that one is definitely going to need to go like either in the face or the other thing is I don't know. I think the goal was I was going to have this go from there into that. It's going to like form that one. And that would go and then that would fall. Okay, but I think for the most part, this stuff is following. The tier trail was just going to have its own issues later. So that's done. Dizzy exist. Yeah, it reacts to that as well. That one, that's only in the iris. Dark circles is here. Yeah. I think that should be all of those things. Anki is just a big mark over there. Okay. Right now, I'm going to take... Oh, and sparkles. Sparkles are just in the iris. Okay. I just need dark circles, crying, and dizzy. So I'm going to take dark circles and move it down here for right now. Okay. Now we're going to take everything that is already on I Smile. Survive. So we want to kind of select like the bottom portion of this eye. Then we're going to close the eyeball and make it smile. We're going to Control-Shift-C that shape. Then we're going to open the eyeball. Then we're going to Control-Shift-V on smile. Yes, copy everything there. Hide. Why did you get selected in there? You should not have. It's also doing a weird thing there. Okay. Survive. Okay, let's manually go through in here then at least. So anything with the top needs to not be selected. To fly, I've got walls to climb. Oh. Why did I put those directly? I don't know if I move me here. I don't know why I put those directly on the meshes themselves. Should be fine. Those. Okay. So that should just be everything from the bottom side of this. I think either way, we're still going to get like a weird happening on the Shift-C, the bottom lash, Shift-V. Yeah, so that bottom lash is still going to do a weird thing, but this is at least a good starting point. I just need to adjust it from there. Yeah, I think... Let's go into these. I don't want them moving there. Yeah. The bottom of the square has to move, but not the rest of it. And even that, I feel like this corner should not be doing all that it's doing, you know? Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V. Go. Okay. That looks a little better. Let's get this bottom lower lash guy here. Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V. Oh goodness, I have the sparkle brush on. I don't want that. Do that. Okay. Oh, don't. Clearly the mail is about to arrive. Oh, you don't need to do that. The mailman does not need to fear you today, or any day, to be honest. That definitely needs to move upwards. You know what? I'm just gonna put that back to the way it was. I'm going to do only a partial on that. I have a new idea. Okay, so again, I know I don't want those parts of the sclera selected, and I don't want anything that is the top of the eye. Okay, so that should just be everything that's down this way. This will make it a little easier to see when it's closed. Hold on. The lower tier bar selected here. It is, but I can't see it right now because those aren't selected. Because that's really the part that I want to see. See, it looks fine. So I don't know why it was copying in such a weird way. I undo the hide. It might just be because of how difficult it is to select what it is that I want to select. Let's go into about there-ish. No, that might be good then. Do I want to do the whole shape? I want like maybe slightly less. Let's try the whole thing. Control-Shift-C. And we just need to deselect that part. Control-Shift-V. Okay. We leave solo mode. Okay, that looks better. I don't know why I did that before. Still don't quite like how it looks. Let's do closer to 0.8. Control-Shift-C. Control-Shift-V. Hello. How did you end up selecting the top of the sclera as well? When did you make that selection? Because you just removed my entire selection choice. Got it. Okay, well, I need all of that down there also selected. Scare the living. We want more like 0.8. Control-Shift-C. Control-Shift-V. Nope, nope, not there. On here. Shift-V. Yeah, this should look more like a squint concept. Something happening there. Let's Maybe if we do the blend version. I still selected on just the one parts now. So you can use Control-Shift-B for a blended thing. And maybe if I blend it, I can get a better scare. So at that point, I'm going to do Control-Shift-C on the whole shape. And then Control-Shift-B. Okay, so this is something I've not really messed with a whole lot. What if we did regular 50? Can I go ahead and hide this at the same time? No. I'm going to cancel, I'm going to hide, and then Control-Shift-B. Okay, that way I can actually see it. So if we did 100 normal, that would do the whole thing, but I think it is blending it slightly better at the edge, but not completely. We do 50. Preview. Okay, maybe 80? I want like just a slight curve. I feel like that's a good starting point right there. Because I think the full 100 is too curved. Maybe 85. That gives it just a little bit of curve. Let's stick with 80. And then I can manually give it a little bit more of a curve. But this here is also ticking me off a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to come in here, because this is stretching out too far. Control-Shift-C. Now if I do that, it's going to completely break it, right? No? Now I'm confused. Will wait, I will wait for you. Seem to have done anything. Oh no, that is completely stationary up there now. I see. I think I just want like this little part right here still. Control-Shift-C. Control-Shift-C here. Now if I put it there. Okay. But I am going to manually make it curve a little bit. It just was pulling inwards instead of curving, and I didn't like that. I want it to go kind of more of an up. I will wait for you. Okay, I think that's given kind of the correct vibe. Go like this, make this more of a curve feeling. This down a little bit too. And then the sclera here is the other part that I definitely want to fix the shaping of. I want this Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V. I don't want that looking like it's doing something funky. Anything that also needs to kind of just get kind of like an up. That gone, and the tops again to be gone. I feel like that outer corner is moving too high. This here, I want to come back down. This here feels like it needs to go like that. I will wait for you. This feels like it's pulling too far. Wait. I will wait for you. There we go. We'll wait, I will wait for you. Close from there. Want to select everything that's on there. We'll do that later, actually. Because everything that's on eye open here, we have to make a big version of over here. What is on here that isn't on iSmile? Oh, I think it's the trail tier motion is the only thing. Do that one. Now if I select this, yeah, everything's on there now. Okay. Just don't want that to be separated. No, look, I'm inky. That's a lot of work going on. It is. There's a lot of layers involved in these eyeballs. And it's very pretty, is good stuff, but it does mean it's taking me a very long time to work on them. Because there's just so much in here. I love Chonk's art, but it is definitely a challenge to work with Chonk's art. Where is this shadowy guy? None of the things dealing with that. I think it's, even if it's not that one, it is that one. Okay. So this, I don't like quite the shape of it. When it goes from here to here, kind of shrink it a little too much. And then I've got to check actually how the toggle's translated into this smile, because that eye bag is in here somewhere too. And it was also adjusted, but it just wasn't visible. The brain of a sesame seed. Yeah, this model initially had something like 1,500 layers. As we go through, I am replacing the layers on left and right. But it's definitely still gonna be a high number. I'd be glad if I can get it under 1,000, but like I'm not making any guarantees. Oh, I need to remesh you because you're getting cut off right there. So you can see that like harsh line there. That means the art mesh is cutting it off. And at other angles, it wasn't quite as noticeable. It's noticeable here now. What did I just... Oh, okay. I hit the wrong button. I hit V and learned that apparently I can change the density of this that way. So that's good to know. Okay, looks like it's also just generally, again, with the V button. Not what I wanted. V. And goodbye. Do it so naturally. No, in my heart. And chance I could make you swallow me whole. Me so you can see, deserve you more than anyone else. Deserve me. You and adores you. Alright, now let's take a look. Yeah, there's still a little bit of a funky edge happening over there, so we need to pull it out even further. what you want, so keep running. Okay, looks like we got it now. So now the art mesh is not cutting off anything over there. Blue line that you're trapped in. I'll have you. You feel the way I do it so. That's generally good. This inner eye sclera, though, it is like doing a pull-in motion. I don't like that. Oh, shelf. Yeah, you can see all of those are moving way far over. You should not be doing that. Why don't you guys kind of scoot back? Because like all of you is moving down. I don't really want that. You shouldn't be moving to the right. You should just be moving upwards. Follow you home. Make me laugh so. So you can see dessert. Right now, I'm just trying to prevent them moving in the wrong direction. What's happening? And then I will fix the height of them after that. So this crunching in a little bit makes sense, because as it goes up, it would kind of fold. Again, it was just moving much further than it should have been. Okay. And then let's see. The whole world looks to you and adores you. Your hat just like that. All the girls swoon around you. The fall guard my heart keeps free fall. No sense of gravity. God is dead, but you aren't, so keep running. Step by step, I'm getting ever closer. The full line, your trap, break through. I'll have you. Undo the hide. I want just like smallest bit tilt off the edge of that. It's too far. I do. Then my head's like scream. Look back, don't hold back. Alright, so that one I think looks good. And for Dizzy, I just want the thing dealing with this. I put it directly on the thing, huh? Control Shift C. Control Shift V. Probably too high. Yeah, because that one was super simple. I just tried making it more complicated than it needed to be. Crying! That actually doesn't look too bad for a starting point. I do want to adjust it further, but that didn't go too terribly, I'd say. Apart from the fact that it went super crunch. Something. Let's do this for the anti-crunch. With candles and too many precautions. Solo mode so I can see these a little better. The one problem with blue being so green, which is a funny sentence on its own, is the fact that like deformers edges are green. And I think there might be a setting somewhere for me to change that, but I don't remember where it is. No, I'm trying to grab that. Grab these and pull them more upwards. Curve. You know what? Maybe for this one, should just. I'm just gonna do that one manually. Because something about the shape of it is just really bugging me. Excuse me. Control Shift C. Control Shift V. Paste. Why aren't you listening to me? I told you to do the thing. You want me to grab all the points? Do it that way? Okay. That is what I need to do. I just had a dumb moment. You do have to actually select things. Oh, we are already at the beginning of the list again. I'll just adjust it from there. Like fire, so this part I also want. To make this curve out a little more. Yeah, probably. Because I want to make sure that I'm leaving the deformer like nice and smooth as part of why I'm doing it this way. I probably could have done. Probably will go ahead and do actually. Let's just change this to smooth all. Just here. So if you just like click on a thing once you have smooth all, it will go ahead and smooth where it should have been. There we go. That's a little schmoover. do want, I think, of this to scoot over towards that part. This looks like it needs to go up just a smidge. This way, I recognize. I want sparkle still. It's like something there isn't right. I think what sparkles 30. Yeah, tend to stick to 30. Me finding that V button earlier by accident was not something I wanted to do. Although I think there was something like in the mouth. Yeah. The mouth and glue. That would be helpful. I was specifically the tongue out. Alright. Now the crime bar is effectively staying. Okay. So all of these shapes are working. Good. Alright. Then this is fine. That is not fine. Select everything. Go to here. Control Shift C. Here. Control Shift V. Okay. H. So now that is currently the same. Alright. If I remember correctly, we want everything from here. Control Shift C. We're going to go to here. Let's reset to default. Okay, everything is selected currently. Let's go ahead and do our extended interpolation. You can't see it. A little window has popped up. It says linear interpolation. I'm choosing ellipse. It auto puts 5. I think we're going to go for 2. Normally I do 3. Honestly, maybe I'll just even do 1. I saw someone say 1's normally enough. And with how small the eye is, I think it'll be fine. Now you see how it's doing that weird jump thing? That'll happen. We're gonna fix that in just a minute. So when the eye actually goes wide, it'll be a thing. But it has to consider like an equal motion between the two. But it generally helps make the motion actually better, especially since we're going in curves. Okay, so we're gonna copy paste this. Then we go here, and we're gonna do that blend version again. This is why I had that -50 on there, because you do something like -50, gonna make it wider. I think that's too wide though. Okay, we can turn that preview on and off, so that's not wide enough. This is gonna be like our startled eyeball shape, right? And obviously we'll have to fix some stuff along the way. Can't zoom out. $50 was huge. When we do the eyebrows, we'll make them move up too. I feel like 50 is definitely going to be too much. Maybe 40. Let's start with 40. We want to see. Okay. For the most part, not bad. I want to make this curve down a little bit more, and then you see the eyelid there, right? It doesn't move as far down as the rest of the eye does, so it's not moving high up enough for this. But that's the first part of that. And then what I'll probably end up doing, right, is because on this, I'll probably end up copying the top shape to try to put it into here. We'll see. I might just put that back to being default. Figure it out. We'll figure it out. We're not there yet. Okay? One step at a time. One step at a time. So right now, I just want everything in the top lid, I believe. Don't do that. Do this. Okay. Long to realize something has been in the back of my mind. Oh. As I do this, I want the sclera selected as well, so that will just move with this road. Yeah, that's also like disconnecting a little bit there, but I want this to be a bit more curved than it currently is. Rewind inside your mind. Get back in time. Back in time. Back in time. So, this can have more curve up. This is doing a turn that I don't want to do, and then obviously it's like disconnecting right there. We're gonna fix that. Inside your mind. And in this, I need this weird middle lash guy. You just need to move a little bit. Back in time. Back in time. Back in time. Alright, well, my defense over there got to level 3 in Microscape. So all those are at 3 now. And the defense is almost like halfway already. Okay. Yeah, now the combat against the chicken is a green. So we're gonna go fight chickens now. Lose my mind. Let's do attack chicken. Start fighting. Get it inside your mind. Make sure. Yeah, I've got all my brown stuff on. Boop. Chickens. Microscape. Yeah! Yeah, I just started doing Microscape like 2-3 days ago. Cause friend Bullfrog, someone in their community was like, get Microscape. And I went to Bullfrog's channel one day and there was Microscape. I was like, the heck is a Microscape? And so I started that. Sure. That is a thing. That is a thing I do here now. So we had like the channel points and everything for it. I just have been keeping it hidden because it takes up a big chunk of my screen, but I can show it real quick when I actually go to do things. Congratulations on being first almost an hour and a half into stream. I've been taking first in a lot of stream things lately because of the fact that no one thinks to grab it in a lot of places early on. And because I've seen how often it happens in my own channel, every time I'm like, let me just check. Has it actually been claimed yet on this day? This does feel like it should become a little higher. Maybe more like a rotation kind of vibe, which isn't bad. Having the rotation vibe on the edge of this, because like if it's going higher up on the eyeball, kind of should, right? Oh, I did not mean to put the smile on there. No wonder it's doing that. Okay, this needs a little more out. You've been lurking for that very purpose. You were gonna take it when stream was about to end as a joke. Aw, dang. Maybe one day you'll manage it. Celestial stole that from you today. And then the rest of that feels pretty on point. Yeah, we're getting, like I said, a weird, like, rotation vibe over here, but I don't think it's necessarily bad. The only issue... Let me pull this down a bit. Oh, too far, too far. Ding, 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 ding. Come on. They say, was anyway. I think maybe it's more so like this feels like it's supposed to be stretching, since the rest of that is stretching. It would have been funny. Me saying bye and you going first right in the middle of it. I would probably lose it. So this... One day, someone will manage it. See, now that it's been said, there's a good chance that other people are going to try to compete for doing the same thing. Imagine everyone fighting to get first last. Alright, so that over there disappearing I don't quite like. Where's my main lash? Here it is. So this feels like it's getting fatter in a way that I don't like. I don't want Look Back Prayer today. I'm just not feeling it. Might actually take Look Back Prayer off of the stream list. While I do like it as a song, I think it's not a song I'm really feeling for streams. Brother, you don't have to. I thought I wanted that to shrink, but I think actually I just want this to come up. My brother, you don't have to. Anything? In the car, ahead of night, when you walk alone, oh my brother, you don't have to know in your bloodline. Not each other, you got time. Make the change that you came to do. My brother, have to wear on your mind. I said you yet. So you say at the end, my brother, the bloodline. Each other, time. My brother, when you when it comes to this part, it feels like just this and lash kind of pulling out further than it should be, right? Like, crazy. It's supposed to be more like that. Hello, stop grabbing I smile. That does not make me smile. I'm broke. And I think I got the notes catching in my throat. I'm suffocating. You, I can breathe. You're so too good, but you're good for me. And you're not by my side. I feel like I can do it. Why does it feel I should actually check. Has it noticed that I'm watching myself? It has. Good. Yeah, there is a limit to, when you're streaming, there's a limit to how many things you can actually, personally brain. Brain. Redeem. As a streamer, I can only redeem like 3 times a day. Which, if there's other people actually playing in here, I will redeem probably the 1 hour 3 times per stream. That way everybody can have an hour. Easy when I'm with you, please me the way you do. Yeah, but I want to go back to why does it feel like I can tell you any if we never fix it without way to have something why be free. If we never fix it this one take my hand and like this ever so slightly when closing, driving me crazy. Broken. I think that's the sclera showing up over there. It is. That just needs to get shoved back in there. I was like, why is it getting so bright right there? Just wait a second. That's eye whites, isn't it? Okay, so now with that gone, this corner bit is looking a little different. And now it looks like it's coming in. I'm an early bird. And I talk before I say a word. How do you sleep so well? You need to live right. I'm there before the sunlight. I'm there before the sunrise. And now and then, don't you just wanna wake up late? I'm by if it's getting skinnier, it needs to get longer. That's what's happening here. I think I'll take my whiskey neat. Coffee black in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. I take my whiskey neat. A coffee black in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. That's the one thing I'm not sure about with playing music on stream is the fact that I will just unconsciously sing along to things and I have no idea how I actually sound. I just sing along. Bite of cereal bar. And the job gets done, it's you worrisome, I know. Forever, babe. It's Heaven's Gate. Oh, I do have some of that on there. Okay, well, if it's on there already, then I can just grab it that way. Arrow, maybe I'd wait until the day. I'd rather take my whiskey neat. Coffee black in my bed at 3. So this particular bit, I will probably take interpolation off of. So that it doesn't bounce as much. Actually, it's still bouncing, so let's just, for the moment, work on fixing this. Okay, so right now, this eye is moving faster than this eye, but the lashes are moving faster than it. So I want it to be kind of minimally moving above the eye itself. Because like here, it's already pretty close. I want it just as equidistant, essentially, when it comes up here. So that there, you see here, we got our green Beziers. If you want them gone, change to edit level 1, they go away. So I can easily grab this corner without having to deal with the Bezier guys. And then I can go back to 2. Got a button on my mouse to do that. Don't worry, I know I'll sound terribly by the fact that I can't say for shit, and I still catch myself doing it every now and then. I at least was in chorus in like 7th and 8th grades. So I learned a little bit about like proper techniques, but that's more for like chorus, which is, you know, meant for more big spreading sound and not so much like individual singing. But it's still something. Now that feels like, it's like right there for some reason, it's getting like in between and then it comes back up. I'm not really sure why. I don't want to have to give it an actual point there. I might have to. Hold on. Like I said, I really don't want to, because that's going to make it annoying to deal with. From here to there. You do that. If I do linear instead, still kinda does it. It's not as bad. But if I do 1.5 and add a point and just drag you up a little higher. That way you stop doing that. Yeah. That works. Ooh, yeah. I still need to bend this down a little more, but I really didn't want to have to put an extra point over here, though, because that makes it more complicated in fixing other things later. Like, I'm going to have to fix that as well when it comes to I smile done large. Although it should just be the same. Okay. Right now I'm going to erase that because I want the correct shape that it generates at that point. I just need to move it up. Let's finish making the shape on this part what I want it to be. Make it be the death of you. So this is still not as close in as I would like it to be. Let me grab, let's see. grab it from like here, I think. Distortion. Directly bendy like that. Okay. The breath right out of me is a hole where my heart should be. Just to make it. Okay, I still want this to come down even more over here. So yeah, gold here to be like just as above the eyelid as it has been. Hello, not what I wanted. So this here actually needs to be a little less curved. That's a bit more straight out. That, generally speaking, works out a little better. It is narrowing more than I would like it to. It's that here. Not your fault, but mine. Heart on the line. Really fucked it up this time. Didn't I, my dear? I might. Okay. 1.5. Add. And then we'll settle in of your scores. Your face around from your mother. Your heart of mine. Your heart on the line. It's time to deny, my dear. And your fault but mine. Your heart on the line. Need everything that's lower. Again, don't move those things. And there's the lower lashes. Don't want those. Just everything else here, I think I want. I don't need anything from the eyelid. That I just did manually. So that can stay away. Actually, yeah, no, that doesn't need to come with because I'm copy pasting it to the smile. Anything on the bottom can get left alone for right now. I need to select everything up here and partway down through there. We're going to hide. We're going to go to here. We're going to do Control Shift Blend. Okay, and we want to go to 100 is what would be. We did the whole thing. No, not like that. Cancel. Hide. Control Shift C. And if we were blending 100. Cancel. Hide. Control Shift Blend. What's happening? Oh, not 1,000. 100. Did you forget what you were doing? My dear. I did forget what I was doing because I was supposed to be on this. Control Shift C. Then to here. Then to hide. Then to this. That's where I wanted to make this 100 for the preview. some corrections will have to be made. So that should do it. And then, yeah, so now the top is correct. Oh, okay. Eyelid here was not connected, or is connected there, and that's why it didn't do that. There we go. Okay. It's got a slight adjustment happening in the top. Smile. It's actually kind of going the opposite direction of what I would want it to. Control Shift C. Oh, because I'm not on the right spot. Control Shift V. You guys shouldn't have moved at all for that. I don't know why. Why are you moving? Because yeah, there you don't move. Control Shift C. Control Shift V. Yes, there you go. There we go. Now it actually copied. Yeah, I don't want that moving. And then, okay, yeah, the top seems fine now. This is where it was being a little funky. But it's whatever. It's, I think, how it's blended. Okay, but yeah, now the top is staying still while the bottom happens. We just need to correct this little corner here and probably the sclera edge now. Yeah, I wanted to fix the sclera here anyways, because look, it's stretching out. We don't want that. So we're gonna take that, put it back here, and then manually drag that one guy back up. I see, it's because you don't have a dot there. Hi guys. I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna grab this, I'm gonna... Oh, you there. That. Okay. Too far. Okay, so that works better. Control Shift C, over to this. Not the whole thing. Just from here. Control Shift C. Control Shift V. Okay, yeah. Now I need to fix this corner over here. 5-stream streak with Hurdy! Woo! And yes, Signum, it's very green over here. Very green. It is blue. I don't know if the blue the green jokes will ever get old for me. It is such a simple little thing, and yet I find it so hilarious every time. Oh, forgive me, Lord. I'm a good girl. I never heard a fly, but I've got walls to climb round. All right, so now, so that's super wide eyeball. This is neutral. So this is when we go, woo. This is ha, shock, shock. All right, I think everything looks correctish in that. Oh my goodness. All right. Then back to dark circles. Did you manage to follow in line just fine? You know what? Give me the. I think that needs to be curved out more like this to blend there better. Alright, now where's this dark circle? Dark circle. So here, you look fine. And here. I guess let's check this part first. Okay. You feel like you should be stretching up more over that way. So, more of that. Give me Lord, oh, I heard a fire, but I've got walls to climb. Ah! Chat Headbit and coffee. Not right now. I am very actually like locked in for once. I am getting the work done and I don't want to get thrown off right this second. Especially because like I've been having trouble actually getting into work mode lately. Especially with like missing yesterday. I don't want to throw myself off right now. That's fair. That's fair. Okay. And then yeah, actually I think it should be the same thing with crying since the bottom isn't adjusting it anyway between here and there. Just slight. Oh, I think the bottom needs to. Because yeah, normally the bottom would move down a little bit, but I decided not to do that. I could make it move a little bit. It's just it needed to be a lot less in the top, right? Select on this. So nothing from the top is wanted here right now. Probably should be holding shift as I do that, but no, let's undo all that. So that one is stretching. I did what, -40 earlier? Okay. But I am selected on the correct things now. Let's do mouth. Eye. I closed all of those things. Control Shift C. We go to here. I'm gonna hide. Control Shift B for blend. Then I believe it was -40 is what I had done before. So now if I do the preview. Oh, it's grabbing those things as well. On cancel. I don't want any of that stuff. I want quite literally just like. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna have to select it. My brush. Brushy brush. Very much so just this section though. Here, Control Shift C. Back to here. Hide things so I can see better. Control Shift B, blend. And then -40 is what I would like to preview. Moves it down ever so slightly. It's also messing with that corner there. I don't really like how it's messing with the corner. We'll fix that. Citizen out of you. I'd an eye on you some things you do. Work. Control Shift C, Control Shift V, I think. Aspiration. Oh yeah, those also needed to not do that. Teenager scared the living shit out of me. They could care less as long as someone will bleed. Okay, so those things are now kind of moving downwards. Hold on, let's get rid of the crying so I can see that a little better. Click these awful names at the start. We're gonna fit in much, kid. Rebel and hurt. You gotta do. You can pay for the things that he did. That would help if I was on the actual brush that actually does stuff. As long as someone will bleed in your clothes. You alone. No. Sometimes things are just super messy looking. And that is what's currently happening with this deformer. Don't like it. Let's see, so does that? Not really, no. Do these parts. Look at this here. Just to like kind of curve out a little more. Grab you as well. That's fine. Your clothes, you alone, not me. Leave you alone, not me. You know what I'm not, like I both am and I'm not looking forward to? Doing physics for all these little lashes. I'm sure it'll look good. Ah, goodness. Making it happen. It's gonna be a time. Hello, hello, Grey Wolf. Welcome in. How are you doing? This guy. 4. Okay, this has been really annoying me. Which point is it? Give me you. Default. Where are you at? Selecting that guy. Go. So you are this one right there. Or that one. Okay. So you here are getting a point right here. Because I keep not being able to curve that, and it's driving me crazy. For you. There we go. See? Schmoover. Like, you're still funky over here. But your shading is just a little off. But still, that is smoother than it was. Might need another one over here, actually. Just how much stretching it's doing. I think that's what's causing a little bit of that issue. Wait, I will wait for you. I will wait, I will wait. Oh, it's this. That one was going down too far, and that was causing that to do weird. Now I see. Same to you, you're down too far. I will wait. There's been a lot of points along that there. It's just gotten too harsh around that corner. I've been getting... No, not that part. I wanted this. No, not you. Okay, the line, delete it. I don't need the lines anymore. They can go away. Yeah, it's actually advised to get rid of lines like that at the end. The ones that you use for moving art meshes around directly like that. At the end of a rig, you should delete all of them. That's not what I want. It's fine. You here to... That's not what it's going right there just yet, but okay. So delete your line. And I'm not moving anything by these lines anymore. Our eyeshadow thing. It just also needs to just get pushed in. Nice. Let's do this real quick. I'm going to save before we continue. I've not saved in a while. Okay, just finished streaming 3 hours of Space Marine 2. Nice. Make sure that our eye generally looks okay wherever it goes. I think the eye motions are generally looking okay. They're shaping. If anything... Okay, let me grab... Gotta catch up on the manga for Marriage Toxin. Now I want to select everything. We're gonna just grab this and just start pulling it. It's feeling too boxy on the smile, so I'm just trying to curve this out more. It was giving me kind of a box vibe, and I don't like that. Like, it's doing it here too. And like, while we do have kind of more of a box vibe in general, the bottom was more curved before. Trying to get some of that curve back. The ad break will be beginning in 40-ish seconds, and I should actually get up this time, and eat something. This. Pull it out that way to curve it. Ooh, what happened there for a second? Select everything again. That's gonna be fine. Alright. It's saving. We're in ad break. Ooh. I need to change my attack of the chicken. I'm fighting. You need to be a strength fight now. Alright. We shall be right back. Like I said, I need to grab a food probably this time around, so. Alright. I have my food with me. Put my back in my little freaking spot instead. There we go. But it just came out the microwave, so it's very hot. Okay. So now we just need to make sure I did some changes in the bottom there. That these guys all still work correctly. Right there, it's going too high. Is that particular? The two of them combined, perhaps? Not you. Not you. You. What is making color? I think that's just the sclera is not reaching down far enough right there. Yep, that's what it is. The darkness is the sclera not getting quite down to where it's supposed to be. So instead the green skin was showing up behind it. Okay. What is happening there? Dark circles. We are otherwise okay for those. Well, Dizzy should be pretty much correct. As for that on the bar, pretty easy. So this one I do need to make it adjust. Where are you at? Tier bar. Tier bar! Tears. From there to here. Let's just Control Shift C, Control Shift V. Start with. Then yeah, we're coming down and stretching out a bit. I'm gonna go like that. This can go. Does look like it's coming down too far. Yeah. There we go. Oh my goodness. Alright. Try to take some bites of food. Hopefully it's cooled down a little bit now. I have leftovers of some wings and potato wedges. Boneless wings, not bone-in. So, bone-in, I probably would have just gone and eaten it before coming back, because that would have been messy. You know where you left behind. Alright, so next, gotta deal with the irises. Which I think I still have to do some reorganization for the irises. I think I did some of it already, but not quite all of it. Let's take a look. Eye skins can get collapsed. I don't know why it reopened. Oh, I don't think I did. Yeah, I didn't do the inside of the eye. Stuff. And there's sparkles. And the hearts. Are these actually inside the eye? No. So all of that is still up there. You're still up there. I got the cry in the iris already. What about Dizzy? Dizzy's in the iris as well. So it's this set of stuff that needs to go in here still. Here. There we go. So those guys all exist. Now let's turn the iris on. So that's all set up. We have our surface is set up as a thing. Got the eye jellies are organized, and I did put those things, I put their opacities directly on them. Right, I was thinking I was going to have to change the opacities from being on the art mesh to being above them, because I'll probably put the physics directly on the art meshes, because it's an eyeball. Or it's going to go right above the opacity, I'm not sure yet. A lot of these, it can be easier to do directly on them. At the same time, though, I'm not sure. Because, like, these two here, I'd want them to be in a group together. I think I can keep it on there. I'm just going to do physics directly above, because, again, like, this is going to be physics together. That would get physics together, etc., etc. Okay. Yeah, those, like, yeah, physics will go above, because if I put it directly on any of them, that duplicate between the things, it'll become a problem. And then I wanted to see the iris. How did I... Okay. I'm probably... how do I want to do this? So in my model, I moved the art mesh, this part here, back a little bit to help give depth as the eyeball spins. But in this one, because there are 3 layers, I don't necessarily want to do it that way. So I might have to put it as the irises in a deformer actually together. Yeah, so those would go in a deformer. So the iris, just iris for right now. I probably want iris physic. With then above that would be iris E XY or eyeball XY. And then I wanted these to be separate. Potentially. They might go inside of it in the end. Is that, I guess, something that was the same in all of them? Yeah, it's that light thing back there. Yeah, these ones are all things that feel like they're inside of the eyeball. Eye color. More food bite. Oh, excuse me. And then like in this one. This is that whole thing. Okay, so with that, probably I'm gonna want dark. Hold on. Why are some of you not meshed? Somehow the red versions didn't get meshed in this part. They did in other parts, but just this one. Yeah, so that's evil. That's not. Evil? Evil is correct, technically. Okay, so it should be that one. To this one. This one, Control C. Control V. Dark. What you did. No, not that one. Mesh. Come back. Things you did. Okay. Alright, so I think, yeah, those 2 pieces I'm going to want moving together. So we're going to do this. Nope, not that. Deformer. It's going to be pupil. I'm going to call it shadows. We're going to do pupil dark. It's part of the highlight concept, it looks like. Do I want the 3 of those together? Yeah, I think I want those three together. Okay. Not that button. Okay. Okay. People. I do actually want to put a little highlight in with that part. Because now, when the eye turns, I can make it so that the pupil here will sit even further back in the shadow. Okay. So now I need to deal with... I'm going to shape this way. Because, yeah. So that's... This here is going to be first. Those are going to end up with individual physics above them, most likely. Because let's see. Yeah, so those two are going to get... Let's do all of it first. Surface highlights. So this is all stuff that as the eye turns, it needs to convex around the eyeball, where the rest of it's going to concave. Be surface highlights E, X, Y. But then inside of that, it's going to be specifically glitter physic. And then this one's going to get highlight eye texture physic. Okay. Highlight physic. Okay, so that's how those are going to work. Oh, carry in the weight. The dead of night was again where you go. Oh, my brother. So yeah, those will be for physics later. And actually, yeah, you should be a little bigger in case any of those physics make things wiggle out of that general vibe. Chains. There you are, my brother. Okay. So the other thing is I'm going to want, I think leaving it as the 2x2 Bezier is fine. Longer than you think. Okay. Oh my god, there is so much inside of this eyeball. Okay, so the eye jellies. I probably am going to want to keep them separated like they currently are. Because so the generic motion using 3D expression is going to go on this. I'm going to finish eating and then we'll continue going. I want to make all the deformers as dense as they need to be before I continue onwards. So the thing I'm thinking about is where the center of this deformer is. I'm thinking I want to move them so that both of these ones are closer, being this like general spot over here where the iris is. Those ones are not surface highlight. Those are inner. And those might be fine just being inside of here. I think for now I'll put them in there. But those do need their own individual physics there. No, I'm going to leave them separate because I think this shouldn't be as deep as the iris is going to go. So like if the iris is the back, this should feel like it's slightly further forward to feel like it's floating. Except for this one. That can actually probably go directly just into iris. Because that needs to move with it. It's right on the bottom. These two are more like in it. And then their physics might get borrowed from this iris physic later. We'll find out. I'm just trying to decide if I want to move where the deformer is. Because that's something that's easier to do now than later. Anything never sent to uncreep it. I'll look at this for a minute. We're fighting a chicken. How many chickens have I fought so far? 103. Okay. So once we get 200 chickens, it's either when we get those to 4 as well, or once we get to 200 chickens. Whichever comes first. And we can move on to the giant rat. I think I need both of those goals, actually. I need at least 200. I'm going to be level 4 in all of these before we move on to the giant rat. Because generally speaking, my goal is to get all 3 of these up to like level 10. I might have to pause to do more cooking. Because I don't have a lot of these shrimps cooked at the moment, but I can make a bunch of sardines. And the sardines will give, what? Food recovery 4 versus the shrimp are doing 3. Not too much better, but it is better. And cooking those will get me leveled up so I can try working towards other things. I'm trying to get the fishing up to the point that I can do lobsters. Because doing lobsters overnight every night is going to be the plan. Because there's a blue lobster that's going to disappear when this game goes into full release. Blue lobster is 1 in 2 million. There's very little chance of me ever getting this thing. But I'd rather attempt than not at all. If I don't get it, I don't get it, you know? Plus, it's another thing that doesn't require actual bait in some fashion, so. But I'm already eating my shrimpies as it is on these chicken bites, so I'm probably going to want to adjust that. In this world, I'll take my whiskey neat, my coffee black, and my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. I'll take my whiskey neat, coffee black, in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. Ooh, 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 yeah. Ooh, came true in the grounds where I go. Where's later from the phone, and the job gets done, but you worry some. I know you're babe. My mouth as if it's heaven's gate. Trusting you like you're the TSA. So this highlights the same in both, but those change colors between the two. Debating when it comes to physics. This is one I might need to do on the art mesh. So let's test it. Top, eye, highlight, physics, create. Create this. Your width needs to definitely be more than that. More than that still. Let's go with like an 8 for height. And 20? A bit more dense than I'd like it to be. I'm not actually doing an eye physic right now, but it's just easier to put it on there. Okay. Do it like this. Solo. Yeah, since it is just a big triangle shape that I've got going on right now for that, this might be more doable than usual. My whiskey, I'll be black and too sweet for me. Okay, it looks like I could kind of get the shapes going that I want. With a deformer, so I think that'll be fine. Because sometimes with things that are super spiky like this, it's easier to do it directly on the art mesh as opposed to deformer. I think for this one it'll, generally speaking, be okay. That doesn't look too bad. I'm just going to leave it, actually. I know I wasn't intending to actually rig it, but like, it's a very basic motion. And if it looks bad, I can fix it later, you know? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now the question becomes, if I make you less dense in some way, will you look better? Or will you look still good? I think that's still looking okay. What if we make you more like a 16? Okay. Got a 14. And now it's getting too much wiggle. I think, though, that'll be good. Okay. Alright, so that's a 16 by 6. This whole thing here, then. Okay. Control-C. Do consider the child keyforms. Rename it. That. So now that is quite a bit larger. And then probably 16 and 6 at least. So this one was 16 and 6, but this is taller for sure. Again, this is not going to need to be super crazy, because this just needs to follow the eyes. So this is going to be eye motion. This actually, right, this is more in line with eye skins, because it needs to follow the eye open and close. Whereas everything else was more in line or is more in line with the eye itself, because this is the thing that I wanted to move with the eye closing and widening. So let's see. Can I just throw you into top lid organization? Ding. And see how that goes. Okay, yeah, so top lid organization did not have anything directly on it. This is where you're going to be going. You need to be part of this stuff. Okay. That closing, you do need to move with it. You're going to move beyond the eyelid. I just want these to be visible and the main lash in this so that I can see what I'm doing. It's definitely going down too far. Here. Yeah, so that over there is more like directly connecting in it. Why? Oh, because you... Yeah, those part do have interpolation. I'm just gonna do whatever here has... Nope, not you, not limited settings. Extended interpolation. Lips. 1. There we go. Line. Really? This time, didn't I, my dear? My dear. I'm just trying to get that part in the center to look like it's moving properly the whole time. Further down, and then I'll fix the edges afterwards. It's like this over here. Lion man, along of your scores. You said in your face. From your mother. You're my heart of mine. Your heart on the line. We fucked it up this time, didn't I, my dear? Your fault but mine. With your heart on the line. We fucked it up this time, didn't I, my dear? My dear. Okay, so this one get funky shaped. Siege! Welcome in. How are you doing? Let's welcome in. I don't think I've seen you yet today. Something questioning that. How you doing? Your fault but mine. Started working on the iris gap, it looked like. Mine. Your heart on the line. Really fucked this time. Deny my dear. We're looking kinda good. I'm making it somewhere. I am good. I feel like I'm actually getting work done for once. art meshing may be simple, but it does make me feel like I'm not actually doing anything when I'm art meshing. Because, like, nothing gets to be moving when you're art meshing. Oh, good. I will take a sip of my coffee. There's not much of it left, though. Yeah, so like art meshing, very important, but it does not feel as productive as it is. And so, very glad to be doing something that actually feels productive. Because, like, soon we'll have blinking eyeball. And rotating eyelashes. Are eyelashes rotating eyeball? Iris, that's the word I was actually looking for. There we go. That should look correct now. So now that is moving with that. Yay! Yay! Took it a moment. I lost faith in it. Oh, what? Throwing the object? Did it take a moment to actually decide to do it? Yeah, I actually checked earlier to make sure that it was going to throw things, though. Maybe the lag's a little high for today. The latency. I don't actually know. Did I watch myself from my channel? As opposed to here. I should be able to see. Oh, my latency today is actually supposedly really low. My latency is like only like a second and a half. Which is impressive. On the Twitch side of things. YouTube, you get like the worst latency. Ah! I'm still eating lunch. So, more bites of food. Wow. I assume also like where you are in the world matters. Because like my latency for myself probably would be super low. Because like it's my own internet. Usually like 7 to 8 seconds. Sheesh. Even that feels long. Because most streams I watch, even if they are far away, the latency isn't normally that bad. Because recently like the 7TV extension had an update, and it now displays like latency numbers for me. When I'm on channels. Did you stop streaming? They did stop streaming. Come on, you didn't have that open anymore. Look at you. Yeah, the Aussie friend that I watch sometimes though is still like 3 seconds. And the bush runs more twice. Oh, give me love, I'm a good girl. Part of me is debating if that little purple bitch should move with this, but I don't think it should. That seems more like an eye surface situation. Yeah, it might have something to do with your own personal internet, or it could just be Twitch in your area. Because, like, Twitch runs off of the Amazon servers, right? And there's different Amazon hubs all over the place. So it might just be maybe the ones near me are doing a better job. I don't know. See, the other problem though with getting motion started is that I can just sit here and just look at this blinking. Actually, yeah, should try to actually open this. Yeah, look how off-center this head is. Look how far away from the center it is. One of my favorite things about this one. But if we connect to this, now my blinks make it blink. It can blink. All right, let's disconnect that before it gets angry. All right. So, this can probably just sit in there now. Yeah, it's going to be up there with the upper lid stuff. Wants to climb on, forgive me. And then, yeah, all of that is connected directly to the sclera, so it hides. Anything? Where is that highlight thing? Because now it's getting too bright here. Oh, it's not related to the highlight too much. I mean, it is a little bit. Let's try moving you down further. Yeah, no, it's still just getting brighter there. Oh, it's just because that part of the green of the eye is brighter. But that's fine. We're going to make it so that the entire eyeball will eventually move down with this as well on this. But I'm going to have to adjust how I do that. So I don't like how it's done on this one, because if I'm looking to the side, when I close my eyes, it recenters, and I don't like how that's working. But it was giving me trouble, and I think I have an idea on how to fix that. I'm going to save. Let's open my file. What is that? Zoomy construction vehicle. Oh, that's not a track. That's not a rigging issue. Because look, it stays where it's supposed to here. That is a tracking thing. The tracking just reads my eyeball as going back to neutral. Okay. Let's select this though. Okay, so it is just set on there with that. I was debating, I'm probably just going to put eye open on a deformer above the eye motion. I think that would work out easier to apply to each location better on the closing. Ah! Yay, faster latency for you. Because, yeah, I thought it was a little weird to be at like a whole 12 seconds. But that could always be just where you are, your own internet, things like that. But I'm like, I don't know where you are versus where I am in the world, but even though like I watch people in like the UK and Australia, neither of those streams tend to go higher. I think 5 is a bad day. Like on a bad day, I might hit a 5. I think there was something somewhat recently that hit a 6 or 7 and I had to refresh and it went back down to like close to a 3. I know that's Netherlands, but I don't know if you meant to spell it like that. Netlerhads? Yeah, so that should be a decent speed. So it just was being a butthead. Mm-hmm. I think it would just be amusing to be like, nope, you're in the Nettlerhads now. Yeah, I think if I just put those ones on a deformer above the eye motion, that'd be better. Teenagers scare the living shit out of me. Okay. Oh, wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. So going back to that existing there. Am I going to want that, though? To be able to move side to side with my eyeball? I don't think so. I think it's staying there is generally fine. I mean, obviously, this does not look correct in its motion right now. Like I said, all of that's going to go in here. I wanted to make the things below it better first. But heck it. We're just gonna go for it. We're going for it, guys. Opening our 3D expression menu, which you cannot see at this exact moment because it likes to break. That's one of the windows that likes to not turn off for me. So we're going to manually turn it on for you guys real quick. We're going to be here for a little bit. Also, I didn't turn Microscape back off for you guys. There you go. Now it's out of the way. Okay, show. Our little menu here, we're going to be doing our iris level deformer. So we're going to call this iris 3D XY. And we need to change our mapping is going to be for eyeballs. Where'd my eyeballs go? Why are my eyeballs on blend shape? Why did I do that? They cannot be on a blend shape. I've not done them as blend shape before. Okay, now that I've changed that from being a blend shape, now it should be in the list. There we go. Eyeball X. Eyeball Y. Okay, so that's going to be correct mapping. From there, I need, where are the X's at? Oh goodness, the X's are probably, yeah, way out there. Why are you bedinging at me? I said yes, that's the mapping. Goodness. Chill. Go back to my iris. Iris 3D, okay. Oh, I guess I should add that as the item. How this is going to be. Add the keyforms. Now, our X is way over here, so right now that's trying to rotate around that thing down there. It's not gonna be good. So now we need center of rotation. Let's try 1,000. See where that puts us. Okay. 1,200 perhaps. 1,400. Closer. 1,000. 1,500. 1,800. Okay, much closer. Now we can come into here. Excuse me, that's not what I wanted you to do. Oh no. 1,800 and like 1,300 is what I had. I thought it was. Okay, it's a little higher. I wanted it 1,200. 1,400? Where'd the green? Where'd you go? Come into the eyeball. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, now we're going to manually drag this guy around. We want to go over our pupil. Just figuring out where... No, I didn't want you to do that. Oh my goodness. 1,800. 1,500. Okay, real quick. I'm just going to hit the update keyform so it stays there while I then try to drag. Yeah, if you try to click outside of this thing, it loses all of your progress. So just loosely getting a point and then correcting. So because of the way this is highlighted, it makes it a little difficult to figure out for sure where we are. This is what I'm trying to be selected on. Why did you move? Pupil. If I get rid of the highlight bit, I feel like it's a little easier to see where our center is. That highlight is making it a little difficult to find. I think feel like a 0.5 on that. Yeah. And then a little higher up. That feels like it's the center. Update the keyform. And with that... I've not adjusted the numbers at all. I forget what the numbers are supposed to be. Something like 10 and 10 maybe. Looking extra silly. And then we need... Oh, because the perspective is on. It's like, why is it looking that crazy? Yeah. Go back to being 30 and 30 then. Probably. Okay. Now it's kind of just staying still, so now we want this to go up a bit. Do like a 30. Okay, it's definitely not far enough. Let's try 50. Yeah, it doesn't help either where our eyeball is in all this. Because our eyeball is very much so not in the center of this whole thing. We don't want it to go too far off either. Let's try a 60. Wait, I will wait for you. I'm going to open mine again real quick because I am curious as to what numbers I did on mine. I didn't realize we were in the ad break. Yeah, Celestial, we made a new country while you were gone. Nettlerheads. Nettlerheads. Alright, where is the iris in here? Let's see. I did 30 and then 15, yeah, because you don't want it to be too high on that one, and then I did 80 on that. Okay. So we can adjust that to 15. Because yeah, remember, you don't want it to be too high in the up and down, because otherwise it can look like they're rolling into the back of your head. That is a thing. And then I did 80 on my own, so let's see what 80 looks like on this one. I think that should work. It's close enough to that edge to make it look like it's, you know, actually going that way. And then this looks, you know, bad right now because of how flat the eye is, but once that's got some depth to it, it won't look like it's so close to the edge of the eye, you know? Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah, so when I'm talking about depth, one of the first things I'm going to be fixing here is the pupil of your eye actually doesn't move that much as you turn your eye. Because it's further back in the center of the orb that is your eye. So even though the eye turns, the center doesn't move too far away from the center. Because it's, you know, more towards the center point of the sphere. So right now it looks extra wonky because like that's going so super far away. But the iris as a whole is a more convex shape. But let's see. I'm going to want the iris and the pupil itself to go concave. The jellies I want to be towards the surface still. I want that also to be in the front. The dizzy spin, I think it's something that's going to be more towards like in the middle vibe of motion. Again, so with these things being in there, even now it kind of gives you a little bit of a sense that that's like in a weird spot in there. And that doesn't have any stuff on it yet. Art mesh. I haven't art meshed those things yet. Okay. The crying also kind of vibes in that part. I think, yeah, those I'm not going to want to have concave in any way, shape, or form. The dark circles can go back up here. The under eye hearts also can stay flat on the surface. And same with the sparkles. So I'm going to want just the pupil and the iris, I think, because those all are going to go in the opposite direction. Because these, like I said, I'm going to go further back, but first I want to concave the whole thing. Yeah, like right now, it's going that far. Can I concave it inside of the other bit? I don't think that's what I've done here. It's not. It was a thought I had. What if I do this? Iris cave 3D. It's an idea that I'm having. Okay, I'm gonna go to this. I'm gonna click this. We're gonna add it. It should keep the same things. The other one. So right now, it's gonna have done nothing. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna just push that back. Big keyform. No? Oh, depth estimation. Need that part. And then do this. Update keyform. Wow, look guys. I am not a complete idiot. That pretty much accomplished exactly what I wanted it to do. Pretty easily. Instead of grabbing it by the art mesh, I've just caved it in using the deformer. So now, I do want to make it go a little further back than that, honestly. Well, let me drag the top and bottom as well then. Okay, so now... Yeah. And by keeping those other things out, they look more like they're on the surface of the eyeball. Oh my goodness. I'm doing it. Put the lights on. I do still feel like, though, the pupil itself is moving too far. Oh, good. I could do something like that. Okay. So it's Iris 3D Cave. That's going to have both of those. So pupil. Okay. Cave. Yeah, I'll leave the 3D on there. But this one is going to be, instead of org, going to be EXY, but it is still going to be on the 3D, I think. It's going to be more of a different thing, though. So we're going to start with being there, go here, add. I need it to still keep what was going on there. Then I do want to pull it back further and update keyform. Okay, I've got to move this window, but guys, it's so clean so quickly. Oh my god, I'm excited now. I'm excited because now we're gonna do the opposite that's going on the outside, right? So these ones probably want to stay flat, but the surface and the jelly is going to be Iris Vex 3D is what I'm calling it. Create. Okay, now this one, I'm going to go from Iris 3D to Vex. Add that. Update keyform. Yes. We're going to go depth estimation. We're going to go in this direction because it's easier to see the surface here. That's fine. Why? Okay. It just felt like it's kind of small. But for this, we're gonna pull it forward instead. So that way it feels more like the eye is round. I update that keyform. Oh, it lost the platerization. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Should be able to just kind of go like this. I don't want it to come too far forward, you know? But like... Then kind of like this. Update the keyform. It'll automatically adjust it a little bit. Okay. So I think maybe... the jellies are a little high. I'm going for roundness. Fiction. Oh, I am so proud of me and my understanding of this 3D rotation tool and making my life so much easier so quickly. Because instead of dealing with like each individual layer, I just have an outer surface and an inner surface, and now we have an eyeball. I literally think I'm ready to do physics at this point. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! This is crazy. This is crazy. The only other thing is getting the eyeball to move down as it closes, right? Which, as I was saying before, that's iris motion 3D. I'm probably going to just put iris eye open. Create. Ding. Why was the eye that far open? I guess it was easier to see it. To see the entirety of the thing. Okay, but now we want to make it so that when the eye closes, that this goes with it. Because you don't want the iris as a whole to end up above that. Because like if you close your eyes, you can still kind of see your iris, you know? Like not close, but like when you're squinting. So the iris should not get completely covered. Let me find the pupil. I'm still so happy with how well that worked out. Like, I suspected that it would work out as well as it did, but without having actually tried it that way yet, I was afraid, like, it was going to fight me in a way I wasn't expecting. And then I'd have a problem that I wasn't expecting, you know? Oh, hold on. Undo the solo and that one as well. There we go. Counting buses. Any precaution. A little lower. I feel like kind of like the center-ish of the pupil should continue to be visible, right? Like it's gonna overlap it a little bit. Like, yeah. So that still goes, oh, that goes down. Because yeah, by just putting it on a separate thing makes it easier to not have to worry about how it interacts with the eyeball. Oh my goodness, eyeball. I think technically doing extrapolation. Ellipse 1. Dig. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee. Okay, the only other thing we actually still need is these things that are in the eye. I'm going to make those have their own deformer that's going to be iris emotes flat. That's what we're calling that one. because all of those emotion ones are ones that I want kind of like flat. Like if anything, they're going to curve out a little bit more. This eye is so much more complicated than the one I dealt with. I am mildly thankful that the Blues model is the second chunk model that I'm working on, because Prof's was the first. But Prof is probably getting a re-rig from almost the ground up when I have free time, which would probably be once I'm done with Blues model. I want to set it up so that I can actually work on commissions for actual like people that aren't just my friends, right? That is the goal. And once I am at least set up for taking that on, where? Oh, okay. I was changing over to fighting for defense reasons instead, but I didn't realize where my character went for a second when I moved it. But yeah, so once I get it set up for commissions from not just my friends, I have a website technically made. I'm going to probably adjust the pricing on it though before I go live for random internet people to potentially commission me. But that's going to be the goal. And then once I get that set up to actually be live, I will probably then work on Prof's model until I actually get a real commission. But Prof's, like, just how I did like the eyelashes there, I don't know if that's something I did on Prof's, and that's something I could improve if that's not how I did it. I think I did know to split certain things eventually, but it took me so much longer to figure it out that one of the reasons I didn't stream Prof's as much, one, it got heavy quickly and the computer couldn't handle it. Which might become a problem this time around as well, but we'll have to see. I might have to split the file up into separate sections in order to prevent that from happening if I want to keep streaming it, but we'll have to see. Oh. I took a bite of my food. Distractions, sorry. All right. So, what I was going to do now, let's turn crying on because that's like the most detailed one of these. And then I'm going to want to go from Iris 3D again to then adding this flats. Update keyform. Okay. This one might actually just stay exactly that way. Oh, hello. Why are you not connected to the sclera? All right, let me find something connected to the sclera real quick. I can get the correct number. Control-C. But for these ones, that might be all they need, is to stay like that. But I might want to move them a little bit. Okay, so crying here. All of this needs to go into the sclera. Okay, and then I need to check if the others are similarly a problem. It also depends on the thing, right? Well, I guess all of them, no matter what, I do want them to go hiding. So you're going to want to be in there. And then the sparkle. If I decide to make part of it not in there, I can change it later, you know? Okay. Sclera. Okay, so now I'm going to do a half open eyeball. As we check the eyeball is staying. And all these things are staying within the eye like they're supposed to. Okay. This now. Okay, now we're going to go back to the crying version. Flat. I wanted to see. We'll go ahead and make it a big eyeball because it's easier to see it. Okay. So this, I actually feel like we are going to go into depth estimation so that we can pull it back a little. Although arguably, all right, we don't have to do it as depth estimation. So if we're looking at the iris, it's in planarization mode, and the way we got our direction for it was by the Z direction offset. could arguably just reduce the Z direction offset for it in order to keep it in planarization mode for this. I just don't see a reason to do that. Yeah, so now this feels a little bit more like it's kind of in the eyeball, I feel like. So that's crying. The dizzy. Because the dizzy kind of starts off low, because it's more accustomed to that shape is how it was drawn, right? And I think that's generally good. Maybe the dizzy we move into the Vex, so it can be curved on the surface. That we'll have to figure out later. Because I can just move it in there and it look good. The crying one, I don't know, I feel like it looks good flat, but it could also go in the other one. The hearts, though, I definitely don't want going in there because I don't want them to get distorted in their shape too hard. So the yandere is definitely staying there, and probably same with the sparkles. I don't want them to lose the actual shape, and this keeps us on a nice flat plane the whole time. Let's go to yandere as well. Yandere. We'll move that forward so the center still feels centered. And then, like I was saying, the other two, the crying and the dizzy, let's try putting them into Vex instead. And then let's go dizzy on the Vex. I'll get the sparkle done. So the dizzy on the Vex. Oh, they're not deformed. They're not art meshed. So let me get dizzy art meshed real quick. Let me close that out. I don't need the 3D guy anymore, so we're gonna turn off the 3D guy. If we use more of the 3D guy, I probably won't turn it on. We'll see. It takes me long to realize. So yeah, I do still need to art mesh these ones. It does before without you. Make this room once more. You got me before. You know what's really dumb? I should not immediately work on making the dizzy spin. However, part of me is like, make the dizzy spin. I'm like, I don't need to do that right now. Let's. And they do it sometime. In time. Back in time. All this is we all this is always late. Rains, that it takes ordinary or my own. Okay, so that means everything should be connected in there at that point. No, do not cancel. Do not. And you're mine. When we make it back from the dive, back in time. That was kind of ending that here because this starts getting too close. Back in time. Back in time. Really gotta rewatch Link Click. The way you're going, I'm about to lose my, 'cause I'm about to lose my, 'cause I'm about to lose my mind. I'm gonna do like this. That way there's a little bit more structure to this side. To that point. And otherwise, I'm just gonna do all of these, I think. Just at the actual ends. Back in time. In time. So pull it a little. Okay. There. So now that is points. And now there. Now you can actually get the feeling of it being on the surface. Yes. Yes. Alright. I know I shouldn't. kind of really want to just go ahead and make it spin right now. We'll wait a little bit. When we get into the eyeball stuff, I'm probably going to make the eye spin first. I just want to. Making things rotate can be fun. You just go spin! Ah! Okay. And then it was... Crying was the other one that I was debating doing that with. Wow. You. Okay. Outliner hair. Regular outliner. Let's try regular outliner. I'm just gonna clean up this a little bit. So get rid of this. God. Ah. So I've mentioned before, Monday will probably be the last stream for a while that I can actually use my microphone. Because Gremlins will be home for the summer. And that means no microphone out of me for a while, for the most part. I might occasionally turn it on, say a couple words, maybe like hello, and then like turn it off. Because again, Gremlins, they're going to be loud, especially the first couple of weeks. The first couple of weeks of summer being out is always a bad time. It is a while for them to kind of adjust. And they've been extra lately anyways. Like, without even being summer, just the younger two have been, like, trying to wrestle constantly lately. That would be the daughter and the youngest son. And the youngest son has just been getting on everybody's nerves lately. Everybody's. He's trying to be amusing. But, well, Celestial, normally I just take a complete summer hiatus. I just don't stream at all during the summer normally. But you gifted various like 6 months gift subs, and I was like, okay, so what can I do so that I can still be here at all? Rigging no mic streams are kind of a normal thing people do anyways, and I have this giant project. So I kind of figured that's what I'll do. And again, when I have a moment to speak for a little bit, like if they go play out front or something, I might turn the mic on briefly, things like that. Because I can easily go, guys, quiet for a moment, say a few words, and then mic off. Because they will listen for a brief period of time, but not super long. There's also a good chance that I'll say that, I'll unmute, and then they'll all scream hi, and just blow out everyone's ears on the microphone when everyone's expecting quiet. So that's also a possibility. But, yeah. Original point, though. Monday, probably gonna be the last stream with a mic for a while. I was debating making Monday be just a gaming day stream. The question is, what would we want to play for like the whole day? Because Ova Magica is probably not on the list of things because unless I figure out how to play it without it giving me motion sickness again, I don't think that's going to be the one. I've been playing Solar Punk on my own. If I played that on Monday, it would be continuing from wherever I currently am, but it would be in the middle of it. Tales of Sekiu. What day of the week is right now? Today's Wednesday. Tales of Sekiu comes out 1.0 tomorrow. We could arguably start that like halfway through stream tomorrow. And play that a little bit then and continue it on Monday as well. Friday is maybe on the Tales of Sekiu. It depends on how we're doing on eyeball rigging. Eyeball rigging? Hopefully by then we're moving on to the mouth. Because like we are so close on the eyeball. We got to do the eyebrow next once we get the eyes done. Well, it's almost 2 o'clock now. If tomorrow we do this, because we need eye physics and we need the eyebrow, and then the eyes will be completely done. And then animations for various things in the eyes, I'm not super worried about getting to those just yet. I just needed to at least have them following our generic eyeball motions, because without that, you end up with a lot of problems. I'm just so happy that worked so essentially effortlessly for me. That like I had an idea and it just worked, you know? I was like, I'm fairly certain. So like this one above, you always want to keep your uppermost 3D deformer as the super flat thing. That way it's easier to fix a problem if you come across a problem. So you keep your flat one above it, and then anything that's going to deform the actual shapes, so like this one where the shape of it's going forward, you want that to be below it, even though they're still following like the same concept. If you do this and you completely hate how it looks, you can just undo your keyforms, redo them, and start from scratch without losing that initial following along with the rest of the pieces thing. So that's why making sure I did this correct order was also important. All right, the regular outliner is what I did for the other one, and it'll probably be fine here as well. I think we just erase that guy. Adjust this a little bit. What you do? Ding. Fairly certain I learned that trick from, again, the VBridger tutorial stuff. The VBridger tutorial for doing stuff has a lot of good, useful information that isn't just related to VBridger, but it can be kind of hard to parse that information out if you don't understand what else is going on. And brain. It is just a lot happening in there. And if you're not able to follow along, it can just be like, oh goodness, what's happening? And then also some things aren't relevant anymore because they've done some fixes. Because when it comes to the 3D tool, you used to have to change the default of a parameter in order to get it to update to that. But now, as long as you're like selected on it, it'll work. Because like if I did the eyeball X and Y and I did eye open on it at the same time, I would have had to change the default position for each key to make sure that it connected. Like I'd have to change the default and tell it to do the keys again. It doesn't do that anymore. You just have to be selected where you want it and then you click the button and it works. But they go over a whole process on how that works because at the time, that was still how it worked. And that's when they go over the eye rigging that they do that. Ooh. But then, like, I think later on, they actually go, yeah, I had a whole section about changing things and fixing it that way. And then I had to re-record everything because they fixed that. And it was no longer a problem. So, like, partway through them doing the tutorial series, the most recent one, they fixed that. But it is still what I find to have, like, the best information on using the 3D tool. The only thing is, they also use the 3D tool for shaping the shape of the head. No, I will not be doing that. I will agree, the shapes that I make my heads probably do not go in line with how actual 3D works based on how that tool works. But the head shape, no. Everything on the face, eyes, nose, mouth, great. Great way for blocking out the initial movement for those things. Head shape is the only thing that is a no. But even then, you can still block out the initial movement using a 3D XY. And then below that, you have your regular XY that you adjust your shapes. But on that one, you don't push the 3D update keyform button. You just do regular corners. Because one of the issues when you synthesize corners on regular head angles without a 3D deformer above it is it works in a linear fashion. So it will take the pixels for your up and your left and just merge exactly where it thinks it would be from those two things without considering the angle of turning a neck. Which is why if you do it that way, you can use distortion to kind of quickly and easily like just move the top back, move the chin forward, things like that. But if you have the 3D rotation above it, it tends to automatically fix that issue to some degree. But you just have to be careful that on the one lower for the head shape that you never click that button. Okay, so those now are all shaped, are all thinged, and now they are convexing. Convexing! Ooh, I probably want to put the cry above that. Also, where are you? You're up here. I need a different star. Hello, Crow Mom. But yeah, so in the iris, I need that stuff to go above where those funky lashes are. Or are they already above it? They should be, because those should be... Yeah, they're way down here. So it's just, they're just that bright. Maybe I'll turn them off. For that? No. Figure it out. Because we might do something as well to maybe like dim the brightness of the eyes on that. But for now, it follows along, and that's all that I really wanted right now. And then this. I can wave too. Hi. By my side. I need... looking for bottom lid. Fry. I just need a sparkle out of this. Give me a sparkle. Give me one of the sparkles. Thank you. Okay. Then go to here. You're not the only one we're running from. Fix it if we never face it. Nobody wants to say it. Only fix it if we never face it. The past be the past of this. What is going on that this sparkle is not currently being seen, though? I think it's just because it's completely behind everything. Like, if you turn the eyeball that way, you can see the sparkle. Sparkle might get moved above. We'll find out later. Easy when I'm with you, it's me the way you do. But I want to get back to why does it feel right every time you lie? How does it feel? I can do anything if we never let we away from. Okay, so those are now all thinged, your thinged. The sparkles over here also need to be thinged, which thankfully that's still the last thing I did. Oh, take my hand and say. This one, I think, yeah, we're going to want to leave it this because it's got more glow to it, so I'm going to want to have it be further out like it currently is. This one is a sparkle big, which is even better. And we never fix it. Let the past be the past till it's weightless. I'm just gonna pull in the outer edges. Before I say a word, I do you sleep so well? Need a little night. Pretend, baby, now and then, don't you just wanna wake up late? Life, babe, I think it's great. While in this world, I think I'll take my whiskey neat. I'll be black in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. I'll take my whiskey neat. A coffee black in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. Oh boy, lots of heart stuff. Aim true in the grounds where I go. From the phone, and the job gets done anywhere. Some I know live forever, babe. In the mountains, if it's heaven's gate, resting here, you're the TSA. Alone, waiting, get me wrong. Maybe I'll wait until that day. I'd rather take my whiskey neat. Above black in my bed at you're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. Take me black in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. I'll be back in my bed. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. That's not what I want. That. Let's see. Use this in some fashion. Well, that seems pretty plausible. I want to adjust it slightly, but yeah. I think here. Hello, not like that. Just here. Extra. Ooh. So now all the emotions in the eyes should have shapes. Shapes? Meshes. Meshes. That's the word I'm looking for. Everybody's got shapes. And then I think at that point, I wanted to make that E. XY. So now, maybe I should increase the Y down. Now, it does not look like it's looking down very far. And I don't want it to be too far though. Because yeah, I think if it goes up any higher, it's gonna be a problem. And I think it's more so just a side effect of where the eye lives. Let's put the tracking on. See, it's fun when you don't have head angles because I can just turn my entire head in order to make the direction change. It doesn't have anything to offset it with. I'm looking upwards and it's making it look down. Yeah, considering the idea that normally when you look down, the eyelid's gonna move with it to some degree. Oh, that's what we should do as well. Okay. Off again. I forget So an iris open. When I go big, I tend to do this. Let's do X for a moment. I want that more towards the center. The eyeball is. Alt Shift. Ooh. I don't think I want it to become too tiny, but right. Alternatively, maybe we do make it so it's more like, yeah, that TV point on that. It's small that way. Dig. Ooh. Hee. It's that makes it look so silly because the tiny shock die doesn't move very far. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I think with 2 eyeballs doing like that would be a time. What time's it now? Almost 2 o'clock. I guess maybe now I should work on the eyebrows. They shouldn't take terribly long, but I get very finicky about eyebrows. I do. Okay, real quick, microscape. New achievement. Was it 200 chickens? It was 200 chickens. Okay. Alright. We are almost to level 4 on the defense, and we have eaten quite a bit of our food. I think most likely, once we get defense to 4, we are going to go cook stuff instead. I'm going to cook as all those sardines. That's what we will do. Maybe we'll cook the chickens too. Chicken does 3. Might not be necessary. Let's see. Raw chicken. Used in... Okay, so just cooking chicken is all that's used for. Okay. I wasn't sure if there might be something else that chicken could be used for. Sometimes it can be. In your face. From your mother. I think I just saved a second ago, but I'm saving again because you can never save too much. Not your heart, but mine. I'm gonna take a moment here and just work on eating my fries. Deny my dear. I was gonna do something. What was that something? I don't remember. Either way though. Here, the brow interrupt normally is just for VBridger. It's not gonna be something that's trackable here, but I am still going to rig it because what I can do is make it so that when our crying toggle turns on, it'll trigger that because that's really for a sad expression. I think I did the same thing on mine actually. I legitimately, even with VBridger, I cannot move my eyebrows in the way that it wants me to move them for that expression. So that just doesn't happen, not via tracking. But I can use the crying toggle to force it to go upwards. Deny my dear. Oh yeah, I think I was debating copy pasting the eyeball over just so that they could both be blinking. I wouldn't be separating all the deformers and all that yet. Yeah, I think we're going to copy paste the eyeball over real quick because it'll be easier to compare the eyebrow shapes when I can copy paste the eyebrow over as well and see it. The eyebrows will just be up, down, and then the sad possible. What? Huh? When did I do anything with the brows? That's a pretty good interrupt. I'm not gonna lie. But when did anything happen there? I see the little box now. Huh. I don't remember doing that. That's not bad though. Cause like that would have clearly been like me just quickly testing if the brows were bending well enough with the mesh that I did. And apparently I made a pretty good like sad eyebrow. I think the outer ends need to bend a bit more. Upward still. Like I think that would go up still. But like, yeah. Yeah, because I think I was also checking like how I wanted everything to move together. Because you got like the art shadow as well happening. Although that piece right there, I've also got to grab in there. Because that should at least like fold kind of vibe. And then yeah, this side is going to need extra adjustments with the nose bridge bit there, that nose bridge shadow needing to fold with the eyebrow. Ah, okay. All right. Yeah, because I think also I was testing if having the deformer the size of the eyebrow, how bad that would affect the other pieces there. That's the nose contour. Where is this little shadow guy? Where's that little guy? Where are you? Where do you live? Are you in the eyeball? Are you somewhere else? Where is any layer here? Thank you. So you are an eye skin. You're an eye skin all by your little lonesome. Do I actually rig that into the eyeballs? I could. I had been saving it, I thought, for the eyebrows. But I think it would make more sense to put it into here. Alright, upper lid does infect. That's upper lid lights. This is eyelid. What happens if I stick you in there? I know it's not going to be pretty. Actually, it's not a bad start. That's crazy. Still don't know how I'm going to do it, though. I don't like it. Because it's going too far down. And something like this, it's more like... I think it should move down slightly, like a little bit of a curve, like it's being pulled, perhaps, by the eye closing. And its opacity should lessen, just like the rest of this lessens. But I don't think it should be super moving. And then like here, I can't make it darker. I mean, I could argue, but I can do like a multiply. But it should like scoot in, right? Maybe to make it darker. And then I smile wouldn't affect it in the slightest. It's like this. I would want like something like that. Because like where things are bending isn't really going to change too much, you know? Forgive me, Lord. I'm a good girl. Where to fly, but I've got walls to climb around. Forgive me, Lord. Yeah, we're gonna do like a stretch and squash situation. So like this way. Yeah, we're gonna... Ooh. Rabbit, run, rabbit. Okay. Then here, maybe just like an 80. Yeah. I don't want it to get too light, but it should get a little lighter. and then going this way, I want to squish in. The shadow's going to get narrower. Like we can stretch it out. Because we want it to kind of do like a squash and stretch vibe. And yeah, that does look like it's getting darker just from things getting closer. Yeah, and by stretching it out this way, it gives the vibe of it getting darker as well. There we go. It's actually helping give more like a shape to the eye as it goes wide. Helps give you the vibe that the eye shape might be large. You want to make sure that you have like an opposite push-pull direction on motions, and I think that's giving what I want it to give. Yeah. Maybe. Let me just pull this down slightly here, though. I don't want it to go too far. Yeah, I don't like it. Maybe this side more so. I feel like it needs to remain kind of anchored back here. Because moving it too much from there is going to change the shape of the bridge. Because no matter what, it should be casting that part of the shadow, right? Okay. Okay, I'm probably going to also rig that one for brow blends. Because like on this, right, I would probably want it to exist so that I could just pull it down with something like that. Because like that's so extreme, but not going to do it right now. But also, so normally when I do brow up and down, I will also connect it to this part. So that way when this goes up, the brow moves up, and when it comes down, it moves down a little bit. Because it helps make sure that like when this goes up and any other expressions that we eventually do, we still have to do the eye skins. As the eye moves around, the eye skin itself should shift. And there's a chance I'll do some more things with that in regards to like the crying and such. I might make it so like the shape of the eye changes further with crying or the other stuff. Although that makes me feel like I should have made them blend shapes. I might just make follow along physics blend shapes for the shaping to follow, because that's more helpful, I think, in this case. Because blend shapes for opacity are always a bad time. Oh, an ad break is going to start soon. Oh. More French fry. And hi, Flint. Welcome in. Thank you for the lurking and escaping. side distractions. This is fine. Clean up your looks, the lies in the books, make a citizen out of you. An eye on you, son. The things you do. I'm gonna give you a smirk. Alright, I did just hit the defense on the thing, so hold on. Bing. So we're going to stop our current activity. Stop defense. Go ahead and go deposit your loot. That's fine. That's a good plan. They could care less. Someone will bleed. You alone, but not me. I still have like 274 shrimp. Maybe for now we keep going on fighting things. Well then, I believe it's on to a giant rat. Island on map. Giant rats should be where the mines were. Giant rat. Start with attack. Once I'm like really low on food or just outright out of food, I'll get to cooking. Teenagers scare the living out of me. As long as someone will bleed. Ah, bloop. Bloop, bloop, bloop. My brain seems to have died. This is no bueno. It's driving me a little crazy. I need the eyeball stuff. The eye skins to do things now. Where are they at? Ding. Eye skins. Too far. Ding. Now. Ding. That's why I was like, I'm just gonna do that real quick because like it's so quick. Eyeball skins. Key. Ah. I mean, I will wait for you. when it comes to up down, the bottom is moving too much. Could also probably make it more dense to make that a little better, but so that looks a little better. This, it doesn't look that bad if it's moving a little bit. But the up down looks really silly to me. It's moving. Maybe we can move down just a smidge. Down. I feel like there should be a reaction there. The up felt really weird. Very tiny smidge, okay? A tiny smidge more. Go. Super tiny smidge. Probably make it more dense in order to work out better, but I don't want to make it denser if I don't have to. Wait, I will wait. Oh, hello. You don't need to be doing that, computer, but we're gonna save. Computer's starting to get angry. And my brain is dying, so I think, instead of starting the browse, we might just end here, but I'm seeing some cut off art texture here. I guess that's just how it's drawn, because there's no way it's cut off due to the mesh. That's just the edge of it for the nose bridge, I guess. Vibe. Yeah, it's for the nose bridge vibe. Okay, that's not a me problem. That is actually how the art is. Got it. That's fine. We'll have to see if we actually want to keep the big eyeball like that. The thing is, I might make it so like it's still full size here. That way it's harder to hit that by accident. Forget how I decided to deal with that on my own, actually. I know I was having a problem that that was activating way too easily. And I don't remember how I chose to fix that. Ah, goodness. Kill, kill a kiss. Kill a kiss. Kill a kiss. Okay, yep. Next time. This org will eventually become the other thing. Okay, yep. We're saving. We're getting out of here. My brain has died. I am no longer a functional person. I might lay down for a little bit. I might not. Unsure yet. We'll figure it out later. Yeah, I could just keep playing with the eyeballs, but my computer's also making like screamy, angry sounds about things. So I'm like, I should just get out of here. So, through the chatting screen. And probably in this, you can save the blue file yet again. Even though I just saved it like a bajillion times, you can save it for the third. Well, whatever. will be quadruply sure that nothing disappears on me. And closing my file, I don't want you to save anything. I did not fix or change anything in mine that I wanted saved. Okay, good. Did not ask me for a save. All good. Thank you for hanging out with me today, everyone. Yes, yes. I hope everyone has a great evening, a great day, whatever time zone is appropriate for you. What's that? I thought I told it to close the program completely, but it was like, nah, we're not closing. But, yes, so, Red Site, thank you so much for hanging out with me today, and this is the end of Red Site stream. Blue Site just has to figure out where we're raiding to, so, bye-bye, Red Site. Have a good day. Right, so